Am I back? Yes, my entire internet just cut out. Like the whole thing just stopped. Yeah, oh, immediately back to business.
はい、ニュータイプ強化計画を開始します。朗報をお待ちください。
Immediately back to business, says Kokuzo. Don't stop playing. We need the speech. We always need the speech. What do you mean by cute clones? Do you mean they're like chibis? Am I gonna get some Paimons for my Paimons? New type 3 and new type 4. Really good. Really good pilots, eh? Nice. I still can't really tell the big difference all that much, but if they're who you think they are, they're little girls. Well, lucky you that you can say that they're cute. I do that and I get arrested. Alright, we're gonna move. You guys to over here. I'm just gonna start spreading these out, trying to... If they get displaced, then they get displaced. Trying to be preemptive. Just gonna move people everywhere. All right, yeah, yeah. As a man of the 21st century, you found it best to just actively refuse to acknowledge the existence of anyone under the age of 25. Those exist? People under the age of 25 exist? That doesn't make any sense. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna not move anybody else until I can see who's not there. Alright. Now we just have to wait until turn 120. Turn 120. 73! Maybe I should be moving people there. Never mind. I'm gonna move everybody else that I hadn't moved yet. Here. Kids are cute as long as you don't have to deal with their bull crap. You don't know who would ever want to get personally involved with them in any way, innocently or not. Well, if they're your kids, you can beat them until they behave. I don't know about you, but my kid is going to be a good, well-behaved person. Special plan has been proposed by the staff department. Seize funds, disappears in 5 turns. Special plan has been proposed by the staff department. Seize resources, disappears in 5 turns. Report, there's been criticism from various sources about our forces' invasion of neutral territory. Why do you keep telling me that? I don't care. Almost maxed. I just said that you can. Yeah. I don't understand. Welcome! Gundam, welcome! How are you today? I'm sorry. How's life treating you? I know you don't like it the other way. How are you? My friend. Huh? Which territory is neutral? They shouldn't be neutral at this point. I don't know. I'm not even attacking anybody. I didn't even attack anybody that turn, and she was like, hey, they're not liking this. I'm glad to see your name, you know? I just want to lick your face. Is that weird? Would that be weird? I'm kind of in a weird mood today. I don't know, because I'm not female enough for you? If I were female, no. I'm not female enough for you? And I haven't seen enough JoJo's to know that. So probably JoJo's. There's no neutral territory, it's all mine! What is this woman talking about? All of it's mine! Like the cherry. One more turn and I'm at 30. Speech. Everybody's everywhere. I have 113 units there now. They have 76. Do you think I'll win? Also, I thought that once that I beat the AEUG, there was supposed to be another faction. Or is it whenever I beat both of them? Did I misunderstand earlier? Whenever you were telling me? Both unless turn 130 comes up, then it's either or. Oh, okay. Lord Giren, we've obtained information that the Titans are developing a new mobile suit. It seems that it's being developed based on research once conducted by the Federation forces. We'll continue to investigate. Lord Giren, the NT enhancement. Oh no, they're enhancing the NT. Plan was a success. Cyber New Type 1 has gained high fighting ability thanks to our strengthening procedure, but the side effects of the process has made their mental state unstable, and we don't know how effective they will be in real combat. Report the use of the solar ray has been proposed. Report there's been criticism. There's no neutral territory. Stop it. There's no neutral territory. Stop it. Get some help. Soon things are gonna get interesting. They haven't been interesting till now? Or till soon? Check to see if I have them. Oogie doogie. Are they labeled as such? NT001. Is that her? Her spiky widow's peak. So I should put her in something awesome, right? What do I have that's awesome? I was thinking the same thing. These things are so cool. Skill A? Well, I might as well put you in one of these things too. B. New Gundam or the Nightingale in another 10 tunes. Ooh, that would be cool. But alright, I'm gonna just keep on ending turns until you say sweep grips. Okay? Sound like a plan? Lord Giren, Zero Murasame is requesting an audience with you. He's dangerous. What do you plan to do? Something. Why are you abusing the lab data? You promised me you would find a way to treat cyber new types. Why are you doing this? I made no such promise. What I promised you was that I would accept you into my forces. That's it. You don't understand the suffering of a cyber new type. Stop this already. Isn't it already enough that I have to endure this? Stop the experiments now. No. Cyber enhancement is a powerful technology. You yourself are proof of that. Special plan has been proposed by the staff. Information control. Acquire enemy engineer. The colony drop operation has been proposed to be used against enemy bases. What enemy bases? It's an emergency. There's been rioting against our forces. This has hindered our military's ability to carry out operations. Please note that no new operations can be carried out until the riots are suppressed. Oh my god, bitch! Finally, you say something I want to know. Alpha Zero. Oh no, I can't take on any more operations. Except for this one for some reason. Riot suppression. Why was there a riot? Here, let me do it. Okay, I still have. How did my order get so low? I haven't been doing anything. I left it there. I left it alone. From occupying neutral territory that doesn't exist? There is no neutral territory. It's all my territory. This is... This makes no sense. I don't have anybody here. I don't have anybody here. Here? Is this? I mean, this turns neutral if nobody's occupying it. This side 6 does. But that's the only one, I think. Ah, so they need that to film War in the Pocket. Gotcha. That's where they're like, hey, get out of there. We must film this. Again, we discovered the identity of a new mobile suit. According to the Intel department, it's a new Gundam. We've confirmed that there are several types of new Gundams, and one of the machines is armed with nuclear weapons. It is too dangerous to leave alone. I propose the new Gundam theft plan. Okay, I'm still in neutral territory somewhere. It's a new Gundam, not to be confused with new Gundam. Is this it? Is Von Braun it? I don't know where. Should I do this? I'm thinking yes with this too. This operation will be carried out by Ana Vilgato and the Stormtrooper team. Stormtrooper team under Gato will carry out this operation. Leave it to me. Anything that I can do to raise my alignment? I don't even need this. Again. Or that. The Nightmare of Solomon. If your order is high, you get Gundam GP01 and Gundam GP02, plus plans for GP03 and GP04. If it's low, you get something arguably better. So it's fine that it's low. I just don't want it to be so low that it's actually, like, a nuisance. I want her to stop talking to me about it. Lord Giren! Zero Murasame has deserted from our forces and took Cyber New Type 1 with him. We've also got intel that he has made contact with enemy forces. Zero's combat ability makes him dangerous. Be careful. The intel department reports that they've successfully obtained an enemy development plan. Would you like to see it? Sure. It's probably not worth anything. The department has succeeded in capturing enemy military. Yeah! Okay, cool. I moved everyone out of everything. That they didn't like me being there. Wait. I did that, right? I did. Okay. Three more turns. Alright. Then we let slip the dogs of war. More enemy development plans. Ooh. I mean, I'm just gonna add it to my repertoire. The Rote Doga. I don't know. Let's see if that's the Rote Doga. Once again, I have no clue where I should go to find it. J. I'm looking for a J. Is that it? Nah. It's the most advanced new type MS until Rosen Zulu is developed. And it's a mass production! MP! Mass production! MP! Mass production's here! So this is good for new types. Okay. You think not? That's not the Rote Doga? Okay. What? An MS you don't know? Well, that's exciting. Lord Giren Gato has infiltrated enemy territory and succeeded in capturing the nuclear-armed Gundam. However, heavy enemy pursuit has delayed their return. There's a call for you, putting it through. Giren, we're giving you the blueprints for the Gerbera Tetra, developed using technology from the Gundam Development Project. Please continue to support our company. Report the use of the solar ray has been proposed. The development department has reported the completion of new weapons. Would you like to see them? Look at his little arm. He's like, ee, ee. What? It's the messer. You haven't seen Hathaway's Flash, so that's why you didn't recognize it? The other one? The orange one? Orange and gold. That's fine. It's all good. This new one is the Gabera Tetra. Na, na, na. Report! The Cyber NT squad has been completed. While their combat ability is inferior to Cyber NT1, the issues of mental instability have been resolved and they can now be sent into combat. Completing a new weapon. Uses the same frame as the Gundam GP-01, but with different armor. More Xeon-esque armor, I would assume. New types! I got 2, 3, and 4. Well, that's lame. They're just silhouettes. Huh. Huh. Four is by far the best. What, silhouettes? Yeah, but I was expecting more. That's all. I shouldn't have been expecting anything. Now it's time to go for grips. Well, hold on. Should I put them in any specific units? Because I'm going to put them in some units. Or just anything in here. Wait, was the Gerbera Tetra what we were after? Need some Yagdoga. I have 3 just for them. I was misled. I was after the 3rd Gerber's baby food. Gerber's baby food is actually pretty good. As long as it's not like the meat kind or the... Or like the vegetable kind, like the fruit kind is pretty good. Boom. It's funny because tetra means 4. Right, it does. That's weird. I don't know. I think it would be pretty easy to mess up applesauce. $89? Well, I still have 113 here. I guess it really depends, though, right? Like, what are you putting in the applesauce? We've invaded enemy territory, beginning our attack. Should I take full control over everyone? Should I take all control of this? Oh my god. There is an easier way. Yeah. And some of them are still autoed from the last time. Oh my god. My thumb! My whole hand! It's cramping! Ah! How many's left? I did it. Oh. Step 1, core apple. Step 2, cook apple. Step 3, mash apple. This kind of applesauce is made with sour apples and then sweetened slightly. So it's mostly sour, but with a sweet note. Ooh, yeah. That's why you use keyboard controls. But I'm not used to keyboard controls, and therefore I do not want to. Oh, it's slowed down so much. Don't be difficult. I don't understand why it splits them up. Senor Autopilot, why do you split them up into smaller things? Maybe they can't fit in one. Maybe I just have some... Maybe I have an odd number in there. The GP1FB on the field. That sounds like it's a bad thing. And that's the GP3. Overwhelming numbers. It's just a wall. It's just a wall of get screwed. No, yeah, it was. It had a nuclear warhead? Oh no. So does that mean that me killing it is gonna explode everything? Maybe I should have used the solar ray that I completely forgot about. Save the solar ray? Alright. It's not hard. It's not hard to save it. I don't know why you would tint your helmet. Why would you tint your helmet? Wouldn't that make it harder to see? I guess for like explosions and stuff, it could keep you from having problems with explosions being all bright in your eyes or something. To protect against cosmic rays? Is that a real thing? Plus stars are super bright in space. Okay. It just kind of feels like it would be a hindrance though, you know? That was GPU 4. Did it die too? I wasn't even paying attention. What if I just had the longest ranged things possible? Just like a sea of snipers and put it all on auto. Well, not 4, that was a GP3 with the Dendrobium. Oh man. They sure are losing a lot. I have 112 units. They have 63. So they've already lost like 20-something units, and I've lost 1. Oh, that's great. Yeah. Yeah. Well, they don't even have GM Quells here, it seems. They're still using GM2s. So, at some point, the AI just decided that I can't. And they just gave up. Or all the Unless those are GN3s. There might be GN3s. Just because it seems unlikely that they wouldn't upgrade, you know? They don't have rocket pods? Oh, then they're just dumb, I guess. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's fine. I have 30 officers, too. They only have 10. Oh, this is great. It's gonna take 2 turns, though. Maybe 3. Nah, 2 turns. Oh my god, let it go! This is nuts. How many turns did I need for Gerbera Tetra to be done? So that I can make it? It runs on baby food. So I got 2 more factions to deal with, so you wouldn't worry. I'm not worried. I just want it early. I'm just impatient, that's all. It's so mean. It's so unfair. How much better my people are. How much better my units are. Let's go with Chapter. I'll go with you. Plus, the new faction shows up. You'll want to wait 10 turns to get their suits anyway. Alright. What? Is there a speed run of this game? And how long does it take? Speed running, Giren no Yabou, Axis no Kyoui. 30 hours. Because this has been one of the longest running stream series since starting it, I think. This and Enderall were probably the longest ones. I know I uploaded the stream VOD from last week today, and that was number 11. So if I go for the full 5 hours, then that's 55 hours just right there. But right now I've only been playing for 46 minutes. I say because of my internet trouble. Yeah, just fill in them spots. Surround them. They've got 39 units left. I've got like 107. Yeah, boop boop, pew 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 pew. Nice, Row. I do not want to try a speed run for this game. I'm not much in the way of doing speed runs myself in the first place, but if I was to ever try a speed run, it would not be this game. Especially since cheating is frowned upon in speedruns. Stop it. Best one to speed run would probably be Gundam versus Zeta Gundam, or maybe MS Crossfire. But if you don't cheat, how are you supposed to CC for sure to get first place? Well, I have no idea. Welcome, Death's the Awesome. How's life treating you? Eating a lot of hot sauce? Spicy food? Life treating you boring? That's why you gotta make your own fun. Like me. I have fun setting a wave of 100 and something enemy, 100 and something units to auto and setting them against just everything. You miss your hentai hot sauce? You want to get more, but the new taco store has been down for ages? Well, they're gonna lose out on money that way. They should get that fixed. Oh no! These guys are totally gonna wreck this single unit. No? What? What? Really? I thought I was actually gonna lose those red dudes. They're able to take out like three. Garibaldi Beta rules! I should have had more faith. I apologize. I think you heard somewhere that they originally went down because of the pandemic, but it feels like they would have opened them back up by now if that was the case, but I guess not. Maybe they decided to try to close down for a little bit to make fun to play games. And make the porn secondary. Oh, shots fired. Shots fired. You going down? You going down? Oh. I just mean, you know, keep making the porn games. I don't fault them for that. Porn sells, right? But make the games fun. That's all I'm saying. Because I play games for the game. If there's porn in it, then, you know, cool, I guess. But if I'm playing a game with porn in it that I want to skip the porn to keep playing the game, that's a good game. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Maybe they took the store down so that they could focus. Last turn. And mobile games suck. At least most of them do. Phone games suck, I should say that. Because technically the Switch is mobile, right? Because you can pick it up and take the screen with you as if it was a portable device. Not to mention there's a ton of good Game Boy and Game Boy Advanced games. DS had some cool games. I'm playing a PSP game right now. I'll take your word on that. I haven't played any good phone games. I'll see something that catches my interest. I'll download it if it's free. And sometimes I'll even pay like $1 or whatever. And then play it for like a little while. And then it's just like, just not having fun. I don't like the gacha style of rolling for characters. It just makes me want more characters, and my gacha luck is terrible. Well, if I'm bored, I'm usually doing something else. I'll usually do something else. I'm never bored with nothing to do, you know, and just my phone in my hand. Well, I guess I am, but that's whenever I'm at work. Girls Frontline was pretty okay, but you only played it for a week or two. See? If you fall off of it that quickly, then to me, that's just not good enough. I would play phone games at work if I could get away with not working. But I couldn't, so. They're trying so hard. Again, Gato has returned with the new Gundam. The nuclear armament of the machine has tremendous power. However, the nuclear weapon must be used with caution as it's prohibited by the Antarctic Treaty and could affect our relationship with other forces. Why did his voice get so much deeper as it went? New weapons? No way. No way. She's supposed to be a bit more purple pinky? No way. Was that an upgrade to the Gerbera Tetra? No way. Big old Gundam. I call that big Gundam. Is that the Gear Doga Heavy? Maybe. We're gonna find out. That thing's goofy looking. At first glance, this doesn't seem better than anything that I have access to already. Only 360 health? I mean, it's an ace unit. I guess new types would be really good in it, maybe? Only 240 for the gun, 195 for the... I mean, it's super cool looking. Don't get me wrong. But it's fast. Ah, so it can move across the arena really well. I don't want that. Also, this looks okay, I guess. Yeah, the Yagdoga. Man, I'm kind of sad. I wish that the... Ow, what the hell is that? I wish it was just a little I wish it was better for how much it was hyped up. Well, I guess I don't really, I guess we just, espionage. We'll have us a speech. You're normally not supposed to have 30-30-30 tech by this point. Yeah. But cheating! Cheating to survive. Like that, I have no clue how I was supposed to survive anything without cheating. Alright. Time to end this. I just had a thought. This is the easiest difficulty still. This is... Oh! That's nuts! They did not balance this game well. They got 3 units left. Just 3. And I got like 103. That was a little overkill. Thank you, Zam. Poor machine. All alone. You're really going to attack something? Well, you got balls, that's for sure, Emma. You have balls. I like balls. I love your balls. Weird to see her fighting for the Titans. Report, our troops have succeeded in capturing the Titans' headquarters, Grips 2. The Titans have been defeated. Lord Giren, Haman Khan of Axis, is broadcasting something. Effective ruler Haman Khan. With great leadership and immense charisma, she began their journey to the Earth sphere. And finally, at the end of a long and arduous journey, the asteroid Axis reached the Earth sphere. The emergence of Axis brings about a new war. The chaos of the Earth sphere was about to deepen. Sir, Haman, who is based in Space Fortress Axis, has deployed her forces in nearby space, and at the same time her ground forces have begun an invasion of Eastern Europe. Haman is no more than a little girl, but Axis' strength. I must be cautious. Report! The use of Grips 2 colony laser has been proposed. What? Colony drop space laser and Grips laser all at once. Oh yeah. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. Alignment recovery. Can be fired on units in space. Also drop on Western Europe ASAP. Shouldn't I colony drop and then land there? Can be fired at enemy units in space. Where's my colony drop? I have no colony drop. Was that one of those only 5 turns? It's fine. It's fine. So I don't choose, it just happens? Oh, God. This isn't cool. So I have 8 units here. They have 9 here, 20 here, 10 here, 10 there, 11 there. I have 12 here. Alright, I'm gonna just straight invade these guys. Then for... just to keep the invasions from happening, you know? I'm just gonna start moving things. As well... Wait. How much do I have? 216? That's not gonna work down here. Where was it? Where was it? Where was it? I don't know why I always start from the bottom and go up. Where was it? Where was it? Where was it? Where was it? Oh, that's way too high. Where was it? Where was it? Where was it? Right there. Got those boys. Nah. 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 Getting all lost and... Don't know what's going on. I need to know when these guys are gonna start spreading. Probably immediately. I can't see it that fast. Now to continue moving these guys. To India, P America. P India. Africa? Do I have anyone going to P Africa? I do. Not very many, though. Do I have a turn buffer before they start moving, like the 5 turns that I got for everyone else? Or is this like there, I'm screwed. I'm not screwed though. Okay. At the moment, I'm just trying to spread out all these units. My auto army. Oh yeah, I've already done that. I've already got some guys building. Some single turners. Oh my god, I still have so many to spread. Guess I'll put some more over here. And then we'll just put these guys here. Alright, everyone else is going together, no matter, I don't know. I'm not splitting them up very well. But that's because I'm kind of getting confused because there's so many of them. I didn't know they were going to come into the ground too, though. There we go. Move you because you don't need to be here. And I'll just randomly put you there. And you guys who are already here are going to move into there. Wait, message? What did that message say? I can only move 5. Ah, I can only move that many. Why do I even have you? Why do I have these? Get out of here. Alright, and I've got these guys invading these guys invading these guys. And I need a ship in order to land, right? So I need to make a ship that can land. I don't want to make an HLV. HMV. Rulula? But it would take so long to make. 3 turn. I want one anyway, so, you know. I might as well. I'm trying to get people down there as quickly as possible, though. Oh, I do have one at side 3. Nice catch! Is it this one? It is. Okay, number 73. There we go. Alright, now for another check to make sure I did everything. I did my 2 lasers. Alright, got everybody moving to be a buffer. Oh, they didn't do nothing. Solar ray, which has just been fired, has reached its output limit. As of now, it's not possible to use. Please wait a while for it to once again be able to fire. The development department is yeah, let's see him. Yo! Oh! Oh! With that, they didn't do anything. 25. They didn't do anything, and I just immediately took these. The ones that I attacked. And so, you wanted me to wait 10 turns to completely obliterate them? Yeah? That's the Gerbera Tetra Kai. One, two, three. Right there. And we got 1, 2, 3. To there. And we got 1, 2. To there. Just to keep them from taking anything. Can they get from here to here? They can't, right? I think they can. J, 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 J. There it is. 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. As long as I can block them. That's all I'm trying to do, is block them from spreading at the moment. Wait. Also... it's still gonna take another turn, it seems like. Oh, I can look at the... Ooh. I can look at it. Gerberakai. Still kind of seems not as great as some of the other stuff I have, but I love the design. Love how cool it looks. So I can just leave Axis, right? And get everything else. Kind of like how we did with grips. Okay, cool. Have to, in fact. Well, I just mean, like, I didn't want to just take the ground and not do anything else. Is kind of where I was going with that. One, two. White and red, man. It's one of those combos. It just gets me, you know? Alright, I've still got things moving. Put those there. Alright, I can move these. We'll put that there. $34. Not being very picky and choosy right now. Right there, I just don't want them to have space 10. I just don't want them filling out their spaces. One, two, three, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Howdy! Gorp to you, aka, how's life treating you? Gravity and biscuits. Alright, I think I've done all I can do. Oh, I haven't had a speech. Speech. Give me my colony drop. I want to commit heinous war crimes. Oh no, they added reinforcements. Yeah, Castlevania is different every single day. Planning on streaming early today, but needed some sleep. Well, you need to sleep. Sometimes that's what I do. I just sleep. Nah, I actually always wake up. If I take a nap, I always wake up before I have to stream. Speaking of war crimes, have you ever thought of doing a RimWorld playthrough? We've actually talked about that before, and I said that I would do a RimWorld playthrough, but I'm waiting for it to go down in price, because even whenever it's on sale, it's always just a little too much for my lack of knowledge on if I would like it or not. So I don't want to get it and then be like, oh, well, I didn't like it, but I've already, because I streamed it for 5 hours, I can't get a refund. Watch a few Let's Plays. The modding community for that game is nuts. Maybe. I kind of like to go into things blind most of the time. Usually I watch Let's Plays for games that I've already played or games that I'm never going to play, but I still want to see it. Particularly the Lover's Lab stuff. I'm not going to be streaming any Lover's Lab stuff for RimWorld. Thank you very much. I do not want to... Holy crap, I forgot about you. I do not want to get... ruined. So, go in blind, but won't buy unless you're sure about the game. Yeah. It's the beauty of RimWorld. Every playthrough is technically blind. Oh, that's cool. Sounds like excuses. Well, maybe they are. Yeah, they totally got extra people that weren't here before. Especially if you use the Randy Random Storyteller. What the heck is that? Is that a mod? No, I don't want to. Not a mod, it's just a part of it? Storytellers. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't really go in blind. I look at screenshots. You know? That's my extent. And that's my extent with RimWorld too, and I can't tell what's going on in those screenshots, which is another reason why I'm not sure. Basically a gameplay setting that makes things more random. I do like random. I always like my gambler classes and strategy RPGs, which in Fell Seal I unlocked because I've been doing that thing that I always do in strategy RPGs with unlockable classes, which is grinding ability points to unlock job levels and unlock the other classes. I can't help myself. Like, I'm not even leveling anybody up. I'm just unlocking classes through passive mission completion. Wow, that's terrible. Storytellers basically set up what the general difficulty curve of the playthrough is going to be. Cassandra Classic is a standard curve, Phoebe Chillax is a gentle curve, and Randy will jump all over the place. Randy sounds like a neat guy. Choo 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 choo. You're beefy. You can survive. I have plans for you next turn. Might find yourself getting a bunch of free human leather hats, or you might get wiped out on your first day by a horde of man-eating squirrels. What is this game? I know RimWorld, but what? Man-eating squirrels? All right. Man, you guys are making it hard to save for a film camera. Not a film camera, a video camera. Like, I'm never gonna get to make that movie. That's the nuke. I get the nuke. Imagine The Sims, but like 20 times bigger, or rather mysteriously exponentially bigger. Man-eating squirrels are second only to alpha quirls, alpha beavers. His magic attack is the nuke. Alpha beavers for the win. That's not gonna hit me, is it? Really don't want it to. Please don't hit me with that magic attack. I still haven't been able to find out if you do hit me. Alpha beavers are a huge pain in the butt. And that's only the unmodded stuff. You can mod in all kinds of other stuff that's way more dangerous, like the boulder crab. Sim survival with simpler units and a WheatTon more customizability through modding that can make the game so much more diverse. I do remember hearing that about somebody taking some mods and basically turning it into like D&D stuff. Currently running an Elder Scrolls playthrough. All right. I mean, I'm in. I'm not saying I'm not. I've got other things I'm trying to do. Play vanilla to get a handle on it. then never do it again because vanilla is just the infant stage of this game. Okay, so first time streaming it, play vanilla. With Randy. That's RimWorld of Magic, and Kurei's RimWorld of Magic class expansion. Once you try playing with those mods, you'll never want to play without them. Alright. I don't think you guys realize just how poor I actually am. I'll get it. Don't worry. But I mean, everyone's poor nowadays, but still. Unless you know firsthand, then... I thought I did. Do I not? Did I click it twice? Put it on there and then remove it? That seems like something that I would do, though, is to click it twice on accident. I still double-click almost everything, and I don't know why I haven't grown out of it. So it is on there? Well, don't do it. I thank you for the thought, but don't do it. It makes me feel bad. If you're about to. Just give me a couple weeks. And I'll be able to get it. Because I have a limit on my money that I don't like to get below just in case of emergencies. Holy crap! Did you see those damage numbers? I need to put somebody in that thing. Make it even better. I like those. The red and purple one. Try nuking those ships. Okay. Stop. Yeah, you're dead. With somebody in it, ooh, no. I really like these colors. Man, I'm glad we're gonna get those. Remove the old type and put in a new type, like 5 years old or so. Be a true military general. I shall put in a 5-year-old. How does the nuke work? Is it the same? Oh, nuke the ship. Wait, it's just one? Well, I will nuke this one, since it has not much taken out of it. And then I will also beam those guys. Move this over here. Attack that. They're actually not even combat suits. You think it has splash? Ooh. So I shouldn't put this here. But it's too late. The Gaza C is a mining MS, by the way. The long rifle it has is called the Knuckle Buster. It's for mining asteroids. That's so cool. Alright, do I have everyone? Think I got everyone. The Gaza D is a refit with actual guns. I feel like a mining gun, a special gun for mining asteroids would still be pretty dangerous. So those are the C's? The cool pinky red and purple ones? I love red and purple together. It's one of my favorite color schemes. Ever been hit with a construction hammer? There's a reason you can't spell deconstruction without construction. Yeah, I know, right? That's what I'm saying. Do you really need quote unquote real guns or actual guns? Boosh! And it does have splash damage. I went into this not expecting to be outnumbered. But now that we're here, we're doing it a lot of damage. If only with just 2 of them. Oh, I just realized! The music changed again. At least I think it did. Yeah. I was trying to get another node. Didn't seem like that's gonna happen. Man, they're really Doing good on not letting me scan anything. Pretty much everything is should be out of supplies anyway. Yeah. It's better than nothing, right? Nah. It gets so hard to make decisions sometimes. It's got a little baby gun though, doesn't it? Got a little beep 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 beep. It's not that great. Come on, take it out. Why do you get to attack me? Should my Kikin Chicken be in chicken form? It's actually a giant beam funnel? Oh, okay. So it has a very specific purpose, it feels like. Just beam. Just funnel those beams. All right. Thank you for stopping by, Gravity and Biscuits. I hope you have a good night. Ooh, don't you dare. Hey, look at that. Do you see what I see? Do you see what I see? I see a node for taking. I see a node for taking. My node, my node, my node, my node. You're all on auto. Well, not all of you. You know what? I'll do it for one turn. I'll auto for one turn to speed things up a little bit. You know what? I'll auto for 2 turns because... So those guys get to attack because the Z's SSA and MA form doesn't have a melee attack, though they should ram. Alright. Oh, right. I should turn them into their MS form. I'm not paying attention. Zissa? Zisa? Zaw? I'll take it. I don't know why this thing decides to split thing. Why it decides to split things. It makes no sense to me. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Oh my god. That was really dangerous. Oh my god. Boom. Right there. Din 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 din. Din 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 din. Bee bee. Bee bee bee. Well, I love the Zaw. I don't know what it is about it. I just really like it. Take that, got and go. Got and go. Ha! Go get a snack and eat it on cam, then be like, and love your snack. Do it. I was gonna go get a snack, but you didn't want to eat it alone. Why would I judge you for that? Alright, I have to go pee too, anyway, so this is a good time for me to go pee, and then I get a snack. All right, back with a water. And did I ever share with you guys what I got for Christmas? Animal crackers. And I also got for Christmas, oh my god, oh, they're mini animal crackers. I also love animal crackers. They're so underrated. In my opinion, anyway. They're teeny. You can never tell what they are, though. Even whenever they're not mini. I mean, I guess you could tell the camels. But a lot of them, I can never really tell what they are. So, yeah. I got this for Christmas and a small bag of peanut M&Ms. And I got a rev up flashlight. That was my haul. That was what I got for Christmas. My rev up flashlight will never run out of battery because it revs up. They're so teeny. I thought that they were broken. And that's why they were like shifting around all over the place. Like, eh. Nice, I got them all now. There we go. You can do it. Yeah. Get out of here. Get out of here, space boat. Yeah, get out of space boat. You know, the funny thing is, I chose something specifically small enough to put in my mouth so you didn't have to see me bite into stuff. It's whenever I have to do like and possibly get anything on my face or my chin or something that I don't like to eat on camera. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Yesterday I had spaghetti. Or was it the day before that? No, it was the day before yesterday. If you would have came Tuesday, you could have got me to eat spaghetti on camera. But you missed out. It was mom's spaghetti. Because I call my grandmother mom. Knees weak, mom spaghetti. There's spaghetti on a sweater already, mom spaghetti. Now I can just make nukes. But he keeps on spaghetti. What he wrote down. You can make nukes on RimWorld? I like nukes. I'm not a well-adjusted person. Did I forget to make these? I forgot to make more things. I don't know if they can get from here to here. Move in. Kazakhstan has 3, they have 2. All right, 3, 2, 46. Oh my God, they're just piling things up here. For when you're tired of someone else's crap. With Rhyme Fella they can. Is that another what's it? Wait a second. I put that ship the new ship. Is it this one? Yes. Number 73. Right here. I have 8 units there. Let's move everything. It's that or Rimatomics. Rimatomics. Wait, if I land, it'll be in Odessa, right? So it'll be right on top of them? I do not have enough for that. It's pretty common for a nearby settlement of a-holes to keep trying to raid you, and admittedly, you can get to a point where that's just Grubhub, but with more steps for your cannibals. I'm having a problem here. Which works especially well if you have both expansions for RimWorld. Expansions? Oh yeah, Signor Cunambro, I'm going to make you a character in that game Fell Seal, do you have any class requests? If not, I'm just going to make you into... I don't know, I feel like a gadgeteer would be cool for you. Fell Seal, Arbiter's Mark. 'Tis basically a love letter to Final Fantasy Tactics. Since the second one lets you make, for example, a cannibal cult. A cannibal cult sounds kind of fun. Does that make me terrible? I have 14, they have... Info. When you tend to want to cover what a team is missing, opting for sheer brutality or reserved backbone type of gameplay, like the extremes you mean, extremely hurty or extremely helpy. Well, I don't have an alchemistic, which is basically all buffs. Plus, it's a smarty type class. And you're a smarty type dude. Like, I have a... what's it? You're not smart, you just use big words? Well, I guess you don't have to be a smart class. I just thought that... How about a gambler? I have a gambler class that I have nobody... I don't have anybody on. And you can basically randomly give, like, a lot of buffs, a lot of... or no buffs, or a lot of debuffs, or possibly, like... Gambler types you like when you just don't give a FK. I don't know, it just kind of reminded me of Garbage a little bit, because they can... The gambler's moves can, like, backfire on the party. You know, usually whenever I'm eating regular animal crackers, I feel like a giant. I feel like a titan. But now that I'm eating these mini animal crackers, I feel like the colossal titan. What? I've said many times that I loved Garbage. It's everyone else who had problems. I think really there was like only like 2 or 3 instances where I wasn't happy with Garbage. And that was whenever I was trying to like monologue or something. And I just hear, gay? I was like, I'm trying to make the moment cool for everyone, you included. And I know that was something that Garbage would do, but it was I don't know. I shouldn't have let it, but it kind of hurt my feelings. And that was dumb. And then I was like, get over it. And then I got over it. So it was like 2 seconds. 2 seconds I wasn't happy with garbage. And then I was like, alright, I'm on team garbage again. I think it was more the interrupting. Where am I going to put these things? You know what? I'm going to leave them there. No, I'll move them here. I'll move them to side 4. Trying to monologue and be all cool. Trying to make the enemies menacing. Nobody's having it. No. I could do that. 16 extra units going down. That's too far away. I don't want to walk them that far. No, he cared. I don't think that 28 ever attacked you. At least I'm pretty sure he never attacked you. That's the one that's rough. I got people coming to help out with this one. And I can also make some one-turn 3s. Oh, you're telling me that you oh, okay. Garbage didn't care. Okay. I thought you were saying that 28 didn't give a care. I don't give a car. Oh! Oh! I don't give a car. What's the serving size on this? 2 servings per container, but they're so small. You want one? You want one, Giren? How about you, secretary lady? Want one? They're small enough that they could fit in your tiny mouths. Make sure to keep my rep super low. Is it this low? Is this low enough? Lower? I can do that. Give me money. Like, close to the bottom. Give me money! I'll be able to do more. I could always park somebody in one of those neutral areas, too. Did I save it? End the turn. Nom. You know, another thing. You in particular are the one that I don't know if they actually enjoyed themselves. You're so stoic, you know? I hope you did enjoy yourself throughout the campaign, but you're so mysterious. I hope you did, though. Oh, right. What, are you about to tell me that you didn't? Like to be really dramatic and everything because it's a perfect match for true feelings. You do it all the times. But it's like, it's okay if you didn't enjoy yourself. You can tell me. That just means that I need to improve. I'm just messing. You don't have to tell me either way. If you don't want to. I'm not going to push it. Ah, I get you. I wonder if these three will be able to deal with this situation. You seem energetic and all, but inside you can't tell if that's what you're really feeling anymore. You don't prescribe to the fake it till you make it? If I'm acting happy, then that makes me happy. And then, as long as I don't analyze it anymore, it's true. Maybe you can do something like that yourself. Then don't worry about it. That's when things start going awry, is whenever you start thinking about it, analyzing it, and worrying about it. I mean, there's a reason that smarter people are more often depressed, because they think about things more. You ever seen the movie Idiocracy? Just a bunch of dumb, happy people. Sure, they ruined the world. They don't care. Why would that not be healthy? It's more healthy than dwelling on things. Ow. Put you back here. I'm coming for you. At which point you go silent. So if you're serious, you're not happy. You can't be serious and happy at the same time. Like, whenever I'm digging into some of my favorite food, it makes me happy. And I get quiet and serious. I'm like, oh. No, I'm never serious either, so. Much to one of my coworkers' dismay, as everything that comes out of my mouth is some kind of sarcastic remark, joke, or mock of something. Oh no, they're sending reinforcements. It's okay, I'll just keep peppering them. Just need to surround them and go in. All right, just checking everybody. But anyway, I wanted to get everybody's character created while I'm grinding in that other game, Fell Seal Arbiter's Mark. That way I can unlock you guys some classes and you can just pick and choose. And I'll probably take a little bit of liberties here and there with some like passives and counters and stuff, but with your second class and stuff, pick and choose. Pick a Jews. I've seen some pretty cute Jews. I would pick a Jew. I didn't attack. Oops. Like, I already made Kokuzo's character. Brewhark has a character who is actually becoming super OP. Wasn't expecting it whenever I made him, and he was kind of like lagging there, but now he's like one of the strongest attacking characters that I have. I've actually mastered your scoundrel class. You've unlocked everything in the scoundrel class. And you're like level 6 or something like that. Ah. Kokuzo is only level 1 right now, though. I'm gonna wait until I get a few more reinforcements. I don't feel like this is gonna be 2 servings. I feel like I'm gonna eat it all in one. I'm still eating. Are you still eating? You better still be eating, because I'm still eating. It's fine. Did you get full? Are you satisfied? No? Well, get some more. Get your tummy feeling better. No longer rumbly tumbly. You know, for someone who tries to act manly, I sure am cutesy sometimes. Filling up is bad makes you fat? What? Is that true? I guess I can stop. I guess I can stop eating, but I mean, it's almost done. No. Yeah. It's been a really long time, but I've gone hungry before. Whenever I was in college, I would actually have to go sometimes 3 days without eating anything. 'Twas literally a starving artist. good for studying, is it? I failed all my classes. Can you guys hear the crunch? Do you want to? Oh no! The sounds of mastication. I'm sorry. I hope I hope that if you're not jacking off to the sounds, that you at least don't mind them. You know? There, is that better? I'm almost done. So are these good units? I can't really tell. They seem to be doing pretty well. So what's the story behind Axis? I would guess both. Like, are they just mining this asteroid and they turned it into a colony or something? And then they were like, we're tired of being miners out here. Let's go grab some place of our own. Not good. They're actually pushing me back a little bit. Well, the colony is a simple story. It was designed as a colony to supply a base to the Jupiter energy fleet They mine H3 from Jupiter and the surrounding asteroids, which powers the Minovsky reactors that are in MS and ships and stuff. Alright, Brewhawk, thank you for joining us today. I hope you have a good night. And trust me, you're getting real OP in Fell Seal. I haven't even leveled you up or anything. Well, I leveled you up like twice, but still. It's just like you're learning skills from other classes and stuff, and you just get to pick and choose. You're real strong. One of my highest damage dealers. He's OPing. OPing. You know what I haven't done in a while? I haven't looked at R-modding anything. I should do that. I should start trying to R-mod stuff, see what happens. Yeah, I don't have all of the classes unlocked yet, so I think whenever all of the classes are unlocked, there's like 21 choices. And then there's some unlockable ones that I need to get further in the game to make some like crests or something. And then I can give you stuff like vampire or princess or lord or werewolf or lich. I think those are the classes. And then there's 3 from the DLC, which allows you to catch animals and become a beast master or an animal tamer or a samurai. Yeah. But you gotta get to some certain missions to unlock those. So I don't know how to do that. I don't know where those missions are. I'm like barely into the game because I just kept grinding for AP to unlock more classes. I feel like I'm gonna win. That's why they show up here. During Zeta Gundam, Char and Amuro addressed the Federation Council right around the time when the leader of Axis, Maharaja Karn, dies and leaves the rulership of Axis to his daughter Hamam. She had a thing with Char a long time ago when she was like 14, and Char was way too old to be dating a 14-year-old. It was a different time. So she takes Axis back to the Earth sphere to get involved with the AEUG/Titan Civil War. So she's just trying to help out Char. Because she got a crush. Nope, she wants to murder him. Oh, okay. I just pressed the wrong button. I don't know, maybe I'll get lucky. Because Char destroys the lives of pretty much everybody he meets. Like on purpose. Or just accident. And also has a disturbing talent for charming teenage girls. I mean, have you seen him? It's not that disturbing. I'm kidding, of course. I'm kidding. Repeat stuff, repeat stuff, repeat stuff, repeat stuff, repeat stuff. Yeah, let's not. Stand by. Sure. Nah. Keep you in there. No. No way. There's a lot of ships here. Form. Wait. No, I didn't. I want kicking chicken form. Kickin' chicken form. Ah, man, I screwed up. Let's see here. Got you. We can put you here. We'll attack you. Put you here. There we go. Actually, a little after these events, during Char's counterattack, he ends up somehow charming the 15-year-old daughter of the Federation Prime Minister to run away from home and join him because she has a massive crush on him. Like, again, on purpose? Or accidentally? Does she run away from home with him? Or does he leave and then she follows? These change the narrative. He leaves and she follows. Okay. Run away with me, Juliet! Oh, Shaw Romeo! Wherefore art thou, Shaw Romeo? That's what I wanted to see. Thank you for being my friend. This actually leads to trouble with Char's new type science director, who's an older woman, and the two of them really don't like each other. So... Ah, that's funny. Sounding more and more like a soap opera every time you tell me something about it. Mainly because they both like Char, and he makes no indication of any interest in either of them. It's a space opera. That's a pretty good thing, though. It's a soap in space with big robots. It's like, what if Transformers was a... was a soap opera? Oh no, this is gonna hit my other thing. Oh well, I can't really do anything about it, so... There's just so much Gundam hentai out there. People are weird. Somebody get a Gerbera Tetra body pillow. You cut a slit in it. Your Gundam's beam sword is so hot and long, it's splitting me in half. Ever heard of Mecha Musume? No, I have not. I've heard of Monster Musume. But I know that they are two different things. I know there's tank girls. Basically, it's a fan art style of turning mechas into girls. Well, I'm all for that. I'm a weirdo. The Gerbera Tetra girl is kind of cute. What about the Zoc? Is there a Zoc girl? Egg girl. I bet she's fat. Man, you park this thing on a node, you can nuke all the time. Nukes for days. You know, I thought I was gonna have more problems with this one whenever I got back into it. Till I realized it's all just space boats. You feel fat-shamed now? The Zoc? You're not the Zoc. You're not the egg boy. None of that was directed towards you. Egg boy. You know who I love? Rolf from Ed, Edd n Eddy. I love Ed, Edd n Eddy. Double D was always my favorite character. But, you know, that's not being able to count Plank, because Plank was the, like, objectively the best character. So you take him off the table and then you tell you who your favorite character is after Plank. You found the Zoc? Is she fat? I bet she's fat. Really? Wait. That's not the Zoc I know of. Is that an upgraded Zoc? Your favorite characters are the Cankers? Of course they would be. I mean, you seem like you would be, kind of one of them. You feeling better? Cold going away? Welcome. How's life treating you? Attack. I finally made it over here. Attack. Yeah! Yeah! Look at all that damage. They're gonna need some flex tape for this. Do you know why? Because that's a lot of damage. Yeah. I don't know what it is about this game that just makes me a retard. Special plan has been proposed by the staff department. Seize funds. Special plan has been seize resources. Acquire enemy engineer. Don't even know what that one said. Oh my god. I don't know why I keep going in there. Lowers alignment. Well, I might as well get the enemy tech. Right? That low enough? That low enough chaos? Low enough alignment? Oh. Mobility. No. High spec. Boom. Might as well, right? High spec turns into that thing. Alrighty then. $14 and $4. 57 and 7. I don't think there's enough over here on Solomon. 40 units. Let's land them. Oh, I can only land a number of them. Hold on. Hold on. What? No, no. What's this one? That one. What are these? Right. What are you, Ryzen? And embark on you. Embark on you. Embark on you. Guess that's all I can send down there. Number 4, the Emperor. Is the Emperor his favorite? I don't know what the original looks like. Unless I've seen it on here and I just don't remember it. Oh, snap. Hold up. Hold up. I can totally send these down there too. Because I forgot about armodding. Well, it's already an ace, so I might as well make it a... Yaga. That's freaking burning Gundam, you tool? What? Why would I know that it's called something other than Burning Gundam? Whenever it was 20 years ago that I watched it. It's been 20 years. Because Burning Gundam is the name in the dub because the West sucks butt. And it pisses you off because God Gundam sounds amazing. I'm sorry that I'm in the West. Oops. There we go. That's better. Why does it sound like a syphilis joke? Doesn't sound that way to me. That Gundam feels burning when it pees. It just burns people. Burning Gundam is a cooler name than God Gundam. Because God Gundam makes you know that it's never gonna lose. And if it ever does, then it's because of bad writing. The script told it to lose. Shut the front door! I'm actually having a lot more trouble with these guys than I expected to. It's okay. What are these and where did I get them? I don't remember. They just came from somewhere. I can't take it. I can't take it. I can dish it, but I can't take it. I don't like it. Boop. What else do I have to do but end the turn? I don't know. Basically just put these guys in here as an insurance policy. Also, burning Gundam makes more sense because he has burning finger. It's not God finger. Nor is it gold finger. Then James Bond would be able to take it down. I was trolling before. I've been trolling this entire time. Exploding Godfinger. I hope to learn that technique someday. No wonder God Gundam is the girl's favorite, right? Oh, yeah, metal. That's it. That's where I was going. Totally what I meant. Shoot it! Shoot him down! We win. Oh, that's awesome. It's all alone. Take that out. If you can. Please and thank you. So if I beat Axis, am I gonna have another one? Yeah, right? I'm gonna have another faction come up. Because there's like 14 factions. Right? Right? So I might as well leave some people on Earth, is where I'm going with this, instead of just junking them all. Up to Char's counterattack. This game is so long. That's not really a bad thing, but still. It also evidently has stuff from Hathaway's Flash, like Penelope and She Gundam, and the Gustav, Karl, and Messer. Right, that's the one that you were like, what is that? And it was the Messer. The Messer. Do, 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 do. Brr, brr, that's not the button I meant to press. Hey, look. Occupy. Occupy. What's the Sailor Moon Gundam called? There's a Sailor Moon Gundam? You mean Moon Gundam? Or maybe Nobel Gundam? Nobel. Also, you think has the Hinu Gundam and Nightingale if you clear the game a few times. They're from Char's counterattack. Beltorchica's children. But this game is already so long and so hard. How on earth could anyone go through it more than once? I guess if you have nothing else. Nobel has a sailor suit, but Moon has an actual crescent moon shape made up of beam funnels. That's what she said. Get over here. Or just beam funnels, they're like Gundam Cherudim's bits. Which means they're both guns and shields. Cherudim? Sounds kind of like cherubim. Cherubim. Or, was it? Cherubs? Cherubim? Cherubim. Cherubim. Angel babies. Or as the fans like to call it, Gundam DD. Does it have huge tits? Does it got big breastises? Is that why it's double D? Yeah, and zero gravity situations. No, get over here. Get over here. Yeah, the G Gundam Gunplas are pretty hard to get your hands on. Oh. Well, yeah, they're God. Can't own a God. Why didn't I attack you? Not to mention they burn you if you touch them. In what way? Spelling? F-I-G-H-T. I win. Smash Bros? I recently, well, I guess it wasn't recently. A couple of weeks ago, a coworker of mine invited me to go with some more coworkers to a, it's a barcade. And I went up there and we played Smash Bros. Like the newest one. I was like, wow. I haven't played Smash Bros. Since Melee. And I kept hitting random on my character choice because I didn't want to choose, but I wanted to play as new characters that I'd never played as, and it gave me like 2 Melee characters. So it gave me Roy as one of them, and he was like my Melee main besides Link. And then like the only new character that I got to play was like was Olimar. And that character is terrible. As well as Pac-Man. Those were the... Oh, and I got to play Bayonetta. You've had your eye on that metal Damashi Gundam Barbados Lupus Rex yourself recently? That's a name right there. Olimar's nerf because of the DS version was cruel. He was nerfed? How so? Like, I was really annoying with Olimar. I can say that much. Like, whenever I figured out his whole shtick. Bayo's your main? She was also nerfed. She didn't need to be. I don't know. According to everybody who actually knows stuff that's not me, because I don't know stuff, Bayonetta was like the best character. So I don't actually know, though. So she might have actually needed to be nerfed. I have no knowledge of it, though. She's from a hack and slash. If you know her moveset, you're automatic good. No, not really. I'm gonna have to disagree with that statement. 'Cause I wasn't good. Not with her, anyway. Once I got to Jigglypuff, I started getting a little better. In Brawl, the one after Melee, Olimar has 5 Pikmin on the field. The limitations of the DS made them reduce that for him to 3. It's stuck that way. And as for Bayo, Bayo needed a nerf because if anybody actually knew how to play her, she was an auto-win character. So of course she needed a nerf. I also only played it like once, though. So you're right. I don't know her as well as you do. Create my wall! Oh, and before I forget, Minovsky all that. And then we're gonna Minovsky all that. And then we're gonna put one of you right there. And then I'm gonna leave you guys in there for now. And we're gonna Minovsky all that. And then we're gonna Minovsky all that. I think she's talking about actual Bayonetta, though. I was pretty good the one time that I played Bayonetta, though. Give me some props. Are you talking to me or her? Okay. Cool. Because I only played 2, 64 in Melee, but yeah. And I only played against a computer because I didn't have anybody to play with. So I got good at the computer, which is not very good. And then that was like, what, like 17 years ago or something like that? I don't know. I thought it was pretty cool that I was able to kind of get back into it a little bit with characters that I actually knew a little bit more, though. Like, I was able to actually win with Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff! And then I got Olimar like twice in a row, and I was like, ugh, I hate this character. A pissing smash? Ha, get it? Do 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 do. I'm just gonna end it. I'm gonna be right here. Yeah, she's sick. She doesn't feel good. At least she was last night. Yeah, take him down. I barely hit anyone with that one. Oh, they're really good whenever they're in the air. They're much better on Earth than in space. They're so hard to hit. But then again, I think they were defending. Defend! Defend! Oh no, defend! Defend, you fools! Good thing I've got more coming from the outside. Got more coming from the outside. Oh no. Oh no. No. Oh, there was nothing in that. There was. Oh no. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Put you here, and then we attack you. You attack this one. No. Special. Minovsky. Alright. There. I find it strange that since you love Pokemon so much that you haven't interacted with me at all about the monster catcher game that I'm making. Random thought now that I am no longer thinking about my moves. Yeah, get him. Get him. Oh! What do you mean it's a matter about knowing about the game? We've talked about it in the D&D chat. In Discord. Like publicly and open. You're ignoring me. I love you, and I miss you. Yay! We're calling it Terrormon. Well, whenever it's in public like that, you can just assume that everyone is allowed to chime in. You think I'm gatekeeping the conversation? I am actively asking for your input now. What did you think of the designs? How did you feel about them? Did they hit you in your jollies? Did you get a little cream in your undies? More monsters? Well, we're not done. It's not all of them. Things just take time, that's all. Eh. Care more for what mechanics make them unique, not for how they look. Well, you're so hard to please. I don't even know why I try anymore. Try to include you. You're like, eh. Pictures. But how do they play? You like the eyeball one? I like the eyeball one too. What do you mean I didn't try? Once again, if it's in a public open chat, everyone is involved. Anyone can contribute to the conversation. Other than that, I brought it up just now specifically for you because I just thought of it. Because you guys brought up Pokemon. Terramon. And how I never include Fulano in anything. And I'm just the worst. Now I'm putting words in his mouth. Don't believe that. Run, kill the robots. Shoot him down. Shoot him down. Whoa! They fell like crazy. That was neato. That was Neo Burrito to watch them just all. You've drawn them all your life, and nowadays you feel like the worst monsters don't even look like monsters. Ooh, of course they don't. But where's the fun in that? Where's the fun in having monsters that don't look like monsters? For a monster catcher game. Or you just mean in general, in real life? Like the rabbit from Monty Python's Quest for the Holy Grail. Well then, instead of input, how about an opinion? Did you like any of them? They're beating me up. They're winning. Wee. Shame. Shame. Alright. Don't worry. I won't ask you about it no more. You can do it! You can make it scary! Well, just know that you don't have to be. I also like monsters that are creepy cute. And some of them can just be plain creepy. And some of them can just be plain cute. So you're gonna do multiple designs and be like, which one you like more? Is that what you're saying? Just do your best to increase the amount of detail that you put into things. I'd like to see you grow as an artist. And it always seems like there's just... You do... Well, I don't want to say the bare minimum. Darwin's bark spider? I don't... I don't know what that is, but... Sounds gross. Sounds scary. Man, I'd hate it if a spider was barking at me. Be like, why are you so loud? You're small. It's the strongest spider in the world? How much it bench? Like if you smacked it with a boot, it wouldn't die. It would just go. Is that what you're saying? Its tensile strength is 1.6 GPA. I don't know what that is. Let's go stop. It benches a full bowl of tax for breakfast without any milk. Why did I decide to try going that way whenever there's water there? There's clearly water there. Basically, it's twice stronger than any other spiderweb. G is a unit of force equivalent to the default force of gravity on ground level on Earth. The rest is a mystery. So do you think we'll have D&D this next Monday? I'm just, my head is bouncing from topic to topic for some reason. Because I started thinking about like gravity spells and stuff with G's and giant spiders. We're gonna have that battle royale for the victor goes a special magic item that you get to start with. You don't understand the format? What do you mean? I throw everybody in their room into a room and say fight. No personalities, no character stuff, just pure level 20 characters. Do whatever you have to be the last one standing. That's the format. And you get everything that your character has throughout the game, including your devil form. If you chose garbage. How does a rogue fight? Well, I'm also... The place has, like... What? I said that you could have your devil form, like, every single time. I was like, why not play garbage? You could do devil form. Yeah. I said that. I did too. Quoted or it didn't happen? How do you quote things? How do you quote things? Click on message, drop down has it. Oh. Pinalon. Terramon stuff. Edgelord subclass I told everybody about. Oh yeah, I made an Edgelord subclass if anybody didn't know. Click it. Click it. No, don't at me. Don't at myself. Hold it. Oh, hold it. Quote. Did it work? Why do I feel like such a boomer whenever I'm trying to do stuff? Yeah, God, fine. I'll do the one right above it that's like... Where you're like, I don't want to play garbage because... hold on. He did just say if he was a herder, he'd go for more violent options. Yeah, so why don't you? Also, garbage has a devil form. And you're just like long stretches of text because garbage doesn't fight. Why wouldn't you use garbage in the first place? December 20th, 2021. Because garbage doesn't fight. Blah, blah, blah. You and Whitney talking a lot. Also, garbage has devil form. Why would I say also garbage has devil form if you're not allowed to use devil form? What's going on? You know, it's okay to infer the meaning of things. You don't need to have everything overly explained all the time. You see, I won't think you an A word if you assume. I don't think it makes an A word out of you and me. The donkey type animal. Oh. He means that I can use my devil form in the battle royale. And then, lucky me, I get that boss battle that I wanted. I get to watch that boss battle. And I will, of course, be there to be your narrator. I was about to do a bad... You're just gonna hover over the water and I'm not gonna be able to kill you, aren't you? That's what you're doing. Everyone is the most threatening. I have been sowing seeds. No one knows what's going on. I'm like, hey, you better watch out for that one. You better watch out for that one. I'm just kidding. I haven't. But in general, you know, caster classes are the most dangerous. And it has already been stated that a person cannot use the wish spell to instantly say, I wish I win the battle royale. So don't worry about that. No, you can't do that either. Can't do that. No. No. Can't do that one. You can't wish to immediately take out any of your any of the battlers. I made a joke before that I think she took it seriously though. You can only use wish to copy another spell. You can only do that. See, she thought that I was serious about letting her do that. With my sarcasm not seeping through, I guess. I do think wish is kind of... No, you can't. First of all, the arena isn't big enough. I don't even have 13's character sheet anymore, so that wouldn't work anyway. I got rid of it. We didn't need it anymore. Yeah, sarcastically. That's why I just said that my sarcasm didn't go through properly. I'll take the blame. It's my fault. I'm a dry person sometimes. You see, you think you know what my intent was, but you apparently don't. How are you gonna tell me what my intent with my words is? I'm sorry. I'm dry. I mean, that's why I have to chuckle after everything that I say most of the time so that people know that it's a joke. Well, it was obvious to me. See, could you hear the sarcasm? Could you hear it? I hope you could. I'm gonna stop OPing you in Fell Seal. You almost know everything in the wizard. In the wizard class. You know almost the toppest of top magic. That's unfair? What's unfair? Me? Her? I don't know what's going on. I didn't kill you! The enemies did! It's their fault. It's their fault for not just sitting there and letting me punch them. My sarcasm was obvious to me. Are you being sarcastic right now? Yeah, I know. And I was being sarcastic whenever I said it was obvious to me. I also thought that was obvious. To everybody, not just me. Come on, man. Come on, man. What's that from? What's that from? Oh, no, it's from Spaceballs. I can't believe you fell for it. Come on, man. I don't understand at all what that means. You like to use hyphens a lot. I wish you would just do, like, sentences. Short and simple sentences so that an idiot can understand them. You see, I understand that! I'm a hyphen penis. I get what that means. Kill it! Do it! A bellend. Bellend. It means you know your intentions. No one else can. Saying your sarcasm was obvious is your testimony that it wouldn't hold in court. Yeah. Okay. You see, I get that now. But I'm not in court. And me saying that it was obvious to me was me being sarcastic. Because of course it was obvious to me. And of course, apparently it wasn't obvious to anyone else. Even with me delivering it in a dry manner should have been noticed as sarcasm. Whenever I said, it was obvious to me. Just a couple minutes ago. Whenever I said it was obvious to me. That wasn't dry? Alright, bring it up to everybody else, and if they say that you can summon, you can summon. How about that? Oh no, there's rioting. I don't care. I wanted rioting. You've agreed with each other before. Let's say for once. What are you, being sarcastic? Oh my god, I'm enjoying myself so much right now. I'm such an a-hole. You wanna know the best part about it? The best part? The best part is I'm totally lying. I wasn't being sarcastic. I just wanted to instigate some stuff. I just wanted to instigate. Are you laughing? Are you laughing now? This game makes me ornery. Because I'm like taking over the world and I'm like this game makes me so much more trolly than I think any other game that I ever play, because I'm like playing the bad guy, taking over everything. Oh no. What could that be? What am I doing? I've lost the buttons. I do not know what the buttons are anymore. Irony is, you weren't arguing over me being authentic or not. You were arguing over how stupid a predicament is to use. I don't know what you mean. What predicament? Can I move anybody? I can move that. So I should launch these. and put them in that one that can move. Yay! 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 That sounds like somebody else's problem. And I think that's a pretty fair thing, that if everyone rushes Mystalia, the summon would die too. That's a fair compromise to allow her to have her summon. But again, it'll be up to everybody else, because I don't care either way. It's just that the summon will get the item to start the game with. What is going on? Oh, it's 11:08. It's 11:08. It's 11:08. I'm gonna get the espionage up. Oh, never mind. I did it already. Can't do that because there's riots in the street. But it doesn't really matter because... Does this change my... Okay. I'll do that every time. It doesn't matter to me. I feel like that would be like the first thing that you would do if you were going to use it. I mean, why save it, right? You're not going to be like burning through your level 1 spells. Just be like, oh, well, all I got's my 9th level now. Might as well use that summon. I mean, you want to nuke as fast as possible, right? It's not just me. It's not just me that wants to nuke as fast as possible. Hellball! Immediately. I mean, you can't because, you know, that's not copyable by Wish, but summon a version of the final boss who authentically wants me to win this battle royale, does everything he can to see it happen, and then dies after it's over. You mean Elliot? Did I save it? I don't remember if I saved it. Alright, that's gonna be it for tonight's stream. I'm sorry that Giren no Yabou makes me trolly. So I thank you all for joining me. I hope you enjoyed yourself. If you wish to continue this conversation, I will join in on Discord. Not over voice, but over text. But anyway, I thank you all for joining me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. And I hope you all have a good night. Yeah.